fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
Are you all right?
I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rot. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet... there were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
The hour is come, rhichi. It's all or nothing.
The stage is set, but will our heroes deign to play their part? You took your time.
'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we scions will fight. Until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
The far
Hello, hello, hello everyone, what is up? 'Tis I, Shibby, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Here we are in EndWalker now. I hope everybody's doing very well. We are here with the lovely, beautiful gal with the mostest, Kiara. God, I almost just said my name. Kiara Mitsunare, yes. Here we are. Hope everybody's, I know I said it, but again, hope everybody's doing very well. I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas and that y'all got nice and gifts and good tidings to your families and all the love, joy, and cheer that goes around with this season, although it should go around all the time, not just, during Christmas. So, hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Looking forward to the new year. And with that being said, of course, let's go ahead and get right on into it. Here we go. The next ship to sail. Ooh, we get some new gear. Okay, Felix. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Go hop up on the bag that you left to hop up on. He's like, let me out. I let him out early. It's so cold outside. He wanted to go outside so bad. I let him out. 10 minutes later, he comes back in shivering. It's like, well, you're the one who wanted to go outside. So... Cat can't make up his mind sometimes. Alright, let's go ahead and get into it. There. Kiara, do you have some time to talk? No. Pretty busy. I have to know what do you want. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. I was wondering why my frames were so bad. I accidentally had my other recording software. I'm like, why am I only getting like 40 frames? Alright, let us take stock of facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of the ominous towers in a multitude... God, hold on everybody, I gotta clean my glasses. Multitude of locations throughout the world. They're like blurry, I can't even read it. There we go. Okay, much better. Much better. Forgot. Reading simulator, Final Fantasy. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as Teleprofol. Oh yeah, Teleprofol. There. Profol. Still can't really say that word. The Teleforol's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corrupt aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Ehrenfeld and Fredola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Teleprofol are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenas Ye Gaivus, the crown prince of our dear friend. Today, he reclaimed his body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into a deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it was the bloodiest fighting in the War of Secession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an ear fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Teleprofol. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Shirlene. I'm sure of it. Master Fortron's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The form knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mrs. Kryl. She says that the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head the Limsa Laminsa on board the next airship bound for Charlenian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of students of Valdacian. Come to assist with the others' restoration. God, why are my frames so bad? The arrangement may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I may have to restart the game, guys. I don't know why, like, my frames are really this bad. They shouldn't be. I'm eager to see it, of course. Ahem, we should set off at once. I swear, it looks like I'm only getting like 20, maybe 30 frames a second. It shouldn't be like that. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Aw. Like, see, it's like, it's rough. It's not smooth. I mean, I haven't changed anything. I mean, I know there were some updates. Maybe it's just this area? Yeah, I feel like I'm getting, like... I'm getting, like, 400 frames per second, though. What the hell? Maybe it's just this area. No, it's like really... God, that's... Yeah, that's rough. Okay, now I dropped down to 100 frames. Holy crap. Why is dynamic resolution on? Okay, let's see. Real-time reflections. Normal, normal, high, normal. Normal. UI resolution. That's fine. Of course, my phone goes off. Sorry about that, everybody. I forgot to set the volume down. It's just my bank letting me know, hey, you renewed your subscription for $12.99. I'm like, yes, I know. Thank you, bank. Guys, I'm at a loss here. Like, okay, maybe if I put it for... This is so weird. It must be because, I don't know, maybe because of the updates they did. But even out here, it's bad. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlene should be pulling to port soon, so please follow me and I'll have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind. Little would Alpha know.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with the lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian! It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow early riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks! Sharlians, just over yonder!
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I pray.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. there is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Right here. It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Aeolsian survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtar rule. See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
I want to say champion of Eorzea. Kiara Mitsunade, artisan.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Ooh, I almost got caught in my own lie.
Estinian Varno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
I'm unemployed. Like, that's a good question.
If you'll allow me...
It's Kryl.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
It's like, okay, fine, whatever, just keep going.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Okay, now after this long extended cutscene, when it lets me actually play the game...
Welcome, friend.
Charlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on pause for a minute, because look, even my mouse is moving slow, so I don't know what's going on. Let me tinker around with the graphics setting, see if something pops. It could be maybe something running in the background. I don't know, but I will be right back. Let me see if I can. Maybe I just need to restart it or something. So give me a few minutes, everybody, and we'll be right back. Alright, everybody, we are back. I did change a couple things, and now we are getting about... what is it? So yeah, now we're getting about 30 more FPS. So it should... yeah, there we go. See? It's running much, much smoother now. So I think I had to do something with my AMD settings and the... whoa, resolution. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah. Gotta might have to rescale some stuff, though. But it's okay. Alright. That might be a little bit too small. Let's see. Maybe bump it up to like 90%. There we go. Okay. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. And I leveled up. Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of rescaling as we go. Alright, let's see what we got here. A horse chestnut longbow. Ooh. That does 2 more damage. How's the actual... okay. Dexterity, 204, 141, 213, 201. Okay, yeah. Wait. Oh wait, no, wrong one. Ooh. That looks nice. That looks real nice. And that's a gear. Alright. Old Charlian, new to you. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I learned and how we might proceed. But this is Kiara and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It's still a little laggy. I don't know, then maybe it's just the expansion. Because I really haven't changed anything since we played Shadowbringers, and like it was running fine then. This is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I would like to nose around the neighborhood. It's all the same. I am equally unethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we will see you there. Although, too, it could also be Meld Studio because I am dual streaming, so that could be hogging a good chunk of it. I, too, I have places that I'd like to re-miss. I'm not visiting Forthworth by thy leave. Maybe I should try lowering the bitrate a little bit. That might help. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Yeah, I'm like Estinian, like, I don't need no tour. but I could... oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Kiara. Charlian awaits. I don't want no damn tour. Alright, let me lower the bitrate on Meld and see if that helps a little bit. No, now it's actually running a little bit. Now it's running too low. All right, there. Let's see if that helps. I lowered it by a couple thousand. Okay, getting about 140 now, so that's a little bit better. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Certain duties require that one or more NPCs accompany you in order to proceed with quest objectives. You must keep them at your side and make your way to a designated location. As long as you remain in the same area, the NPC will accompany you or remain at your side even using teleport or Aethernet. It is possible to ride mounts or swim while escorting NPCs. Please note, however, they will not appear at your side until you dismount or leave the water. You may also speak with NPCs while escorting them. Further, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. These points will be located on your map. When speaking with NPCs, you will be given the opportunity to part ways. You will also part ways automatically when changing areas. If you part ways with an NPC, you may return to the starting point and speak with them and try again. Darius Tumpian, try speaking with Cryo. Your next quest objective requires escorting. Learn more about this with the question mark tab, something or other. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Your next quest objective required. Learn more about this quest via the help icon in the duty list. Prowl is also now accompanied. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Prowl at the designated location. Yeah, that just brings that back up. I'm grateful to have Kryle's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as are you. With all the unusual wares coming from going at all hours, I expect the assistance of the intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks that pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlie in the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it's the first stop for cargo unloading at the docks. You'll find the usual necessity for daily living and other imports vital to running the island nation, but also suppliers that further Shalean's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Okay, so I guess we gotta go down, like, over here. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thalak. I can't even see it. As student Bedessian, I usually gathered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon his scholar's wise feature every time I returned by the ship to the city. Oh yeah, that big thing right there. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which it stands at its end. As you know, the Charlean people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron's deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith not so restrictive as to say, oh, of Ishgardians, individual Charleans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Alright, well there's the place we actually need to go. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlenian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. And encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one people at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into buying a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as its name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Shirley. The one and only bastion of culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlie when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Totoro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs on the side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. I mean, it's still getting over 120 frames. I don't understand why it feels like it's running at 30. So, we'll go ahead and do that. An unusual shape. Oh yeah, look at the Aetherite. Yeah, that's pretty cool. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Already done. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands in the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering and underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct that was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. Well, good. I need to buy some stuff. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlean. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Do you mind if we browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like. But we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Yeah. Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlean as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour, which is one of particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, and then climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Yeah, but first... You know what? Actually, no. Let's not buy anything right now. Only for the reason that it's actually going to give us stuff, but I do want to stop at the apothecary. Restores 24 points. I'll grab a couple potions of dexterity. And some X potions, because why not? It's not like I don't have enough gil. Strategy board? What the heck is this? Huh. That's new. Oh, wow, he actually gets 10,000 XP from that. That's not bad. Alright, so we gotta go back to the Aetherite Plaza. Okay. And then we gotta head north. Check something real quick. I think the Steam... Let me see the stream real quick. Oh yeah, it's going. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was actually live. Okay, we're all good. We're good, we're good. Oh, we gotta go around this way. Okay, it's not a lift. These little decorative features are typical of Charlean architecture. Aside from Research Wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Vale were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Okay. The building we're looking for sits up top of the stairs. Okay, that's... The district we're passing through is called the Archon's Design, a name which honors 7 individuals were contributed by the instrumental in the founding of Charlean. It is the city's political and finance center, but it also hosts a collection of research institutes. This is Nefarium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charleans, water represents more than life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flood which participated in the birth of our nation, as well as the symbol of knowledge from which flows from Daliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see abundance fountains throughout the city and a prospering for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. I guess we gotta go up and around this way. Yes, there we go. Let me actually get this aetheryte shard right here since we're right here. There we go. The grand structure before you is the rostral. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a form of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into the council chambers, the natures of the form and duties of this member remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city, spread out below. The visits put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the greatest city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fitting name Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Yunkrep built their first home. Yunkrep. I think. Yunkrep. Okay, Yunkrep. However you pronounce it, I don't know. In the present day, it serves the residential district for most important officials of the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to a friend from House Levisier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertainment and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge on our right, and then follow the path to below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Kiara. I'm not sure if I got that run yet or not. I might have. Oh, we missed one. Gotta make sure we get all the talking points at least. Ah, the good old annex. I used to bunk here whether I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. Right, we cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Have I tried you out with all this walking? Not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the annex. Just follow the path to the west side of the Aetheryte and we'll be there in no time. Charlian is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools, they run into residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Okay, I take it we weren't supposed to go to that one yet. As the journeys looked to Raha's face and undoubtedly informed you, this is the Bedesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I brought Kiara and Raha with me. Ooh. Excuse me. You can drink of water real quick. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Gara. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Kiara. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Tsunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Aldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Hijika. Ah yes, Erika. I've read the initial reports, quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do you take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition? This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of El serves as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had to occasion to visit Charlenian. Whether to make use of the city's research facility, attend conferences, or procure supplies from different shores. And the annex here was built to provide loggings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. The students will rise again. I don't know why I did that. But first, we must ensure that the Toporals fail. Fail, yes. They must fail. Through that door on the left, it's the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were so often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abound that we would slip into the Ardon just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. He's like, man, I'm ready to go to bed. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Oh, thank God. I don't have to escort them anymore. Feeling refreshed and alert, oh God, excuse me. Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. And cue another cutscene.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now. Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Ooh. Yes. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Quest complete. Alright. That's 2. We've done 2 quests so far. We haven't even had the chance to even play. I gotta check something that I gotta see. Main none. Limit frame rate require was so no frame rate limitation. Pushing 270. Graphics upscaling. It's already set to FSR. I'll figure it out for the next stream. I'm sure there's some graphical thing that I'm overlooking. Maybe it could be because I'm also playing it in windowed mode, but I've never had a problem with that. Okay, what did I get? Where did the gear piece go? Okay, there it is. It's the body. Alright, don't look at everybody. I'm going to change real quick. Close your eyes. Don't look at my bra. What's the item level on this? 515? Yeah, okay, so it's slightly higher. Yeah, we'll probably get all the main pieces of gear. Oh. Okay, so I can either go with Thancred or I can go with Cryle. You know what? I feel like I want to go with Thancred for Thanaver Bound. Alright, what does Cryle give? Oh, but she gives me another piece of gear. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to go with Cryle. You know, gear. Gear's gotta come first. An unsettling change has come over Charlia, but together we will define the underlying cause of the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as how and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouting Charlian's archive for historical records and any hint of the connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim a day. But now that I have the band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. And let me be right back. I think I can let Felix out now. You want to go outside, Felix? Yeah, you do. I'll be right back, everybody. Give me like 1 or 2 more minutes, everybody. Sorry. Now I gotta get up, and now that I got up, I gotta go take a tinkle. Alrighty, I am back. Here we go. Got some water too. I had to get some more water. Ah, that's good. Alright, let us reconvene. reconvene outside Nomenon, shall we? Yes, we shall. Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. The hunt for specimens. Okay, we already got some side quests lined up here. Can't use our... No, but we can sprint. Here, let's go ahead and go at least get this crystal point. Alright. Oh well, I didn't know we got a new skill. Deliver an attack. Okay, so that replaced that other one. Sweet. Oh, there you are, Cryo. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In case you stand now before you the door of the Nomenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. The building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Nomenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast hall of the Great Booble Library pale in comparison to Nomeron's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and pursue its shelves. Well, most its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alisay and Alphino will help me continue my search throughout the sacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books to which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us here at the stone breaches once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. You know what I want to kind of get back into playing? World of Warcraft. But not the newest one, the classic. I was actually watching somebody play and I'm like, man, I kind of miss playing WoW. Long ago on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rhodian man by the name of Yunkref. Yunkref was a student of astrology and a divine into the flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and their horrors, the strangely churning waters, drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Yunkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. The towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Yunkref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safely atone Abatha's spire. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Sundered by thought, Yunkref gathered to his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those rendered peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement proposed and grew, and at the time it became the city of Charlian we live in to this day. Many years ago, on the banks of Thelek in the Draverian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the Aethereal Sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Erosia found the facilities wanting to their demands and encouraged the gradual expansions in structures and services. As rumors spread of growing community of academics, the area was further inducted by Erosia students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as the official Charlian colony. Erosian residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussion turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in greater detail. We just keep going and keep reading, I guess. I mean, it's not one of the ones we needed, so that's why it's still 1 out of 3. In the years following and founding the Charlanian civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Asilia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to even longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition into a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know was conceived and created. Okay. So some dude on a boat kind of gathered everybody up and they crash landed on an island. Everybody started killing each other because they were hungry. So he went and built a new boat and, landed somewhere and then created the city here. An Introduction to the Heavens. Read the book. Sure. So just read everything. Get all the lore we can. It's not required. But the lore, man, the lore! Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? They speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us is to be a finite space. Yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar description of a boundless sea and stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains unreachable. Unknowable destination, there are few indeed who can explain the satisfactory detail, with our own star is believed to be resolved around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came to closest understanding the laws which govern the Stray's abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the internal constellations were arranged differently in different paths, that their positions continue to shift almost impredictably but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? The book is on the run subject. Search for works that contain details on the form or mention of history of Shalia. Ugh, fine. You're really gonna make me... Forever 20 Summers. Hey, you never know. It could be like disguised as a different book or something. You never know. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless and abandon, we have so very few years of life to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant, but you could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. Book is wrong. Yes, I know it's wrong. I'm going to read it anyway. I don't care. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunker, founder of Charlenian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon rising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the way of wars and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other nation. A nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd training. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth and expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was no matter that the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with the knowledge deliver the world. Gain a fundamental understanding of Charlene history and the foundation of the form. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krau should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the technically relevant tomes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through them as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we would not be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What about you, Gara? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsbard, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite to the island of Thranvir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugates tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might be prevalent remnants of the Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of a local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemund renamed the region to Locus Ammonius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a single interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as relevantly as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over the custody of friends and the students of Baldician, who had me registered as a Charlanian citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with that sufficient prosperity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It's exactly why I have such love for this country and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Form's stubbornness, aside from the typing matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Kiara. More company should be arriving any moment now. We return with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krile had already flinked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers of the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days coming from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of the Amarat firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days nigh? I can't even remember. I guess a complete destabilization of certain magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the aether, and I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and desperate manifested in terrible, tangible fashions. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishola surmises that the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals prolonged by the Ashians, or promulgated by the Ashians. Was there aught else of note which herald the approach of the final days? Alphino, can you answer this one? They say it began with a kneeing sound from the land itself. Sure. Ah, yes. The Amarota spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course. Trust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by that ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across its star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with Numeron's Mummets and ask for any books in which they make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unexpected calamity? What definitive action did they take? Well, that would be they wanted to summon Zodiark. Yes, with a little bit serving as his heart, so many gave themselves to sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. And once balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life spouted anew, and it was the fledgling souls that intended to render unto Zodiark a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and his fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Teleporofoi, at least I think that's how she pronounced it. Whatever. I can't do it. I can't say it. I'll have to hear it again. Teleporoi. There you go. Surely mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is just all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the form, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Am I the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one of two possible useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source reflections from the Gurren Orices. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Global Library. It is even less likely that knowledge from the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or connoisseurs, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Horchefant with knowledge of the God dang, that word is hard. Teleporphori, whatever. Alright, whatever. Let's just call them the Tell. Okay, the Tell. They are now the Tell. And their machinations has scoffed at the suggestion that they pose a threat. He seemed adamant that the form would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding to the form's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from my reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I wouldn't dream of it. Just give me my gear, damn it. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again at a moment of the reference desk point you in the right direction? No, I'm good. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. And this one is for our feet. Ready for a tea break, Kiara? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I actually go for another cup of coffee myself. I think I know what the problem is. The only issue is I can't actually fix it right now. I'd have to literally stop the stream and like reset everything. So I'll do that off cam when we're done. But I'm pretty sure I know what's causing the issue. It's because my desktop resolution is set to 1440. But the game, when it's running in window mail mode, I think it has something to do with the FSR where it scales. It scales weird. So I think what I have to do is I have to change my desktop resolution back. But then that's going to cause a lot of other issues with the in-game resolution. So yeah, I have to because then my UI is going to be like all blown up and everything. So that would take me quite a while to get everything back to the way it needs to be. But I'm pretty sure that's what's causing the frame rate issue. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlenian that no gourmet chef be sprung up on complete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the teleporoi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Teleporoi. Oh no, not this crap again. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of peace, respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand me, sir. We were just simply wondering if you knew the teleporoi. Yeah, there you go. Teleporoi. There you go. I can say it now. Teleporoi. These enemies of peace. The enemies of peace have promised to end all we hold dear and. Wait, you're that House Levisware girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their basic whims, or barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I have not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect that one of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Kiara. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the teleporoi and their unconceivable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levisware. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Forcenot that I was helping you, I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Damn. She's pretty much been alienated from everybody. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the stadium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eosia, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and had I expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation, quite so frankly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levisware. No matter how discreet Master Forcenot may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for too long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard of anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? Wait, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, our patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversations while you're sitting the food down, and you might get the answers you're looking for. That's a good idea. Or, okay, this is not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? What am I here? Yep, leave it to me. Like, I'm gonna say no to anything like I have the choice. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gizla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see the Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain it. Good luck. Okay, so tea by the water, omelet by a couple of chicks, and then... sure. Something or other. Okay, you guys order the tea. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefo who? Sorry, I've never heard of them or their quote final days. My friend and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practice of the 6th Astral Era, common or historic, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. And you had the omelets. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's begin. No time to waste. What? Teleforoi. There you go. Ah, yes, I remember seeing that name in the latest gazettes. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it. I'd say the Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Like, you realize if they win, right? Like, you're gonna die too. Like, it doesn't matter if you stay out of it. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and afford this heavenly dish. Not gonna lie, lobster sounds hella good. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts, travel the word procuring things that haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So name those folk who trail after reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which is missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Teleforoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncategorized rank would be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing around in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. So I take it that's where we're going next. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no whispers is into the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here's that cup of coffee I promised. Well, let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle Away from the gossip and the waging tongues. Okay, I got that one already. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Okay, so it's Telophoroi. The O makes like an A sound. I gotta reload something real quick. I'm having all kinds of issues today, aren't I? Reload my chat real quick. A labyrinth descent. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Numon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cut back. Alright, here we are back to here again. Welcome back, Kiara. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the form. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Or overarching plan. There you go. Oh, I said aching. Because I'm aching. Oh, my back. My poor back. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtolas observed earlier, Noamon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Kiara and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Erosia's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the states, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We must visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. No complaints here. Better than reading a damn book all day. I'm glad you approved. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned into its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down there. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Certain duties require you to follow an NPC to its exact location. Should you fall too far behind, the NPC will return to the starting point and you must speak to them again. Off we go then. Seriously, Alice, you're gonna walk all the way there? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Go faster. No, it's not. I want you to run. Dear God, what were they thinking when they made this expansion? Holy crap. Go faster, damn you! Now we run. Try to keep up. Thank you. Now you're speaking my language. Keep up. Look at this. I can pass you up. Come on. Keep to the path straight ahead. Not too far behind. Does that mean if I get too far ahead? Come on, Alice. Say, run faster. Up here? Up top? Look, I'll literally give you a head start. Come on, Alice. I'm gonna beat you. The Rostra. Not far now. Look at this. I had to zigzag just to not overtake her. Here we are, though this door is through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune the shard back there, didn't you? It will make it like much easier if you come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. How could I attune it? I had to freaking follow your ass. Now I can go back and attain it. Oh wait. I already did attain it. Okay, never mind. Good. Apparently I did. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Alright, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Yeah, I've been playing for 2 hours now and I haven't fought one damn thing yet.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architect surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh or no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they stock up in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped into our lap. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? You exchanged with Dalinshai about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Let me think. The Rhea Siege should be item 1058. Come-in seeds 1059. Snurbabell Berry 1060. Or were they 1061? Again, my head feels like it's stuffed with mako grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurithan carrots for Gurabanya carrots? What then? Exchange with Thief has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Okay. Are you here to help give me more You here to help give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of Memorants running loose. Any luck, Kira? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Oh, meh, and meh. That's what they had to say. Meh. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Pile appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn from what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Kira, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escapes Marmats? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. God. At least, yes, I finally get to do something. Holy crap. It's like, let me do something, please, other than just read. Like reading for 2.5 hours nonstop. You wish to help me find marmots? Is that how you pronounce it? Marmots. Okay, help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Aaronville, friend, specialist in the collection of life specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, we call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this stack, gently of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search in the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh, thank God. I may actually get to kill something. Yes. Hey, how come I can't get out of here? Oh, there we go. Oh, and I can mount up. Yes. Too easy. Oh my God, even the combat feels slow. Oh, there's one right there. A howling coyote, huh? Squeak. Hey, get back here, you! Really, you're ready to sack when the gristle male scampers off into the unbrushed. Oh, I see it. Get in the bag. Get back here, you little... I mean, I guess in the literal term of pipsqueak. don't see it anywhere. It's probably going to be up and around on this side, watch. Yep, I knew it. How did I know? Because it's the most obvious place. More prepared for its speed this time. You succeeded in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Oh, here you go. Ah, there's the old marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in the isolation, but it's too soon to release them into their habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos. Now in Propriety, the same officials who had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock. I was instructed to produce. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Kiara. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for the lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I'm Kryl, of the Students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not set entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclose to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. No, the fact that they're stocking up on food that can be easily bred is very, they know something's up. Alright, did you learn anything new from your friend there? I mean, we barely met. I wouldn't call her my friend, but, you know. So we've confirmed that the order of this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say it fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation began, the Forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, The gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives some distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet, I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephorois declaration is what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For a moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archon? From there we can reach the tower, or we can reach the lower. Oh. Cryo! Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. I already killed them. That's no problem whatsoever. Oh good, there's another aetheryte down here. I almost went off that bridge. Behold, the Archon as Nomura serves as Shaline's literary archive. So does the structure house in city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. The buildings you see are merely the upper entrance and access points of the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples of specimens as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, let me go grab this aetheryte real quick. I apologize to you guys if you can hear the stupid dogs barking outside. Every time an ambulance or something goes by, they all round up thunder. They howl, they bark. That's why I'm not a dog person. I'm sorry. If you're a dog person, nothing against you, but I just can't with dogs. That's why I like my little kitty cats. Well, we won't learn anything of the value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Greetings. We are here to pursue the Archeon's vaults. Pursue? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask for your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then, I suppose. We had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? It's like, nope. That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to those of the convenience of inventory. What? So is this as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by the heartfelt pleas. We must sneak on other means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to interrogate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Oh, not interrogate. Integrate. Man, how about you guys? It's chilly. It's chilly cold. I might have to turn my oven on just to heat up the room a little bit. Because I can't use the heater because it'll throw the... It's ironic. My little tiny desk heater will throw the circuit breaker, but if I turn the oven on, it's just fine. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anyway, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Sweet, sweet. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archon's open again. Let's see, anything? Oh, there we go. Bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and now I've only finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out to the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Where are you, Mr. Gleaner, dude? Maybe he's across the bridge and up this way? Oh no, we're not doing no fates today. Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, it's you again. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. And what if we capture it for you? You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal is common and gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. The feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Search your surroundings where you move the camera as well. Oh, it's one of these. Look for the green bird with claws. Well, that one's red. I guess that one's it. Oh, damn it. No, this, you just went caca.
Fair shot.
Okay, it is a dude.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Oh, I'm sure we can think of something.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Okay, so now we gotta go down into the mine shaft. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed here there by the researchers, you think? Well, establishing beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Now what did I get? The headpiece. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. So I guess as long as there's a freaking another escort quest, I'm okay with that. Okay, not bad. Could be traveling a lot faster if we're on our freaking mount. Too damn easy. I also gotta see what the next class is for this expansion too. You start leveling that up. We'll play through that for this part of the series. Alrighty, here we are. We're out. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the media circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they kept a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. I have a feeling I have to go up this way. Or maybe not. Wonder how long it'll be before we get to our first dungeon / trial, whatever. Stretch my legs out for a little bit. Ugh. Oh, that felt good. That's a good stretch. So you got pumpkins. Oh, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is a host a wide variety of vegetarian, which allows us to conduct studies and cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabout, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forn's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Now with the use of the lift being restricted, how did you make it down here anyway? That's not important. Aw, why'd you have to tell him, Kiara? The mineshaft, you say. Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tendency with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the farmhouse's filling order list a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with the vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. There's another one over there. Let's just go and keep talking to people because that's all we're going to do this entire game. Like I said, it's Talking Simulator 2025. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has to be earmarked for aerial transport. It's a stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot of that slope was a job and a half. Well, see, they needed help. Okay, there's the last one over there. Could have just came down here and it's like, hey, we'll give you a hand, you know? What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular local in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region to the south of Ilsbard. The most remarkable habitat diversity are allowing the myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is even contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it to Lucos Ammonius. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Okay, now we gotta look for some boxes or something. I'm king of the world! Oh, okay, there's some right there. Hold me, Jack. Hold me. Leon and his craze tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, according by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Hi, Judy. Well, at least I know the chat's working now.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
How you guys holding up on the road?
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Oh, that's good. You're almost to the house in Arizona? Oh, that's good. At least you can get some nice, relaxing rest. Alrighty. Ishtola, what do you got? The squirrel's still feeling unwell. I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. And complete. Full report, warts and all. Ew, I don't want warts. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Archon. Come, we can still catch him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logiscan Beta, one of the Labyrinthos climate control centers. It should have its own lift, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Gara and his vanishing spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Oh God. Y'shtola turned me into a frog. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of naught. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts, in that form, you are essentially defenseless. What transformation entails? Certain duties require you to transform into creatures or other people, restricting available actions. These transformations only last a limited time, indicated by the transfiguration status effect. Okay. Losing the transfiguration status. Should the transfiguration status effect expire, or you stray too far from the objective, you'll be returned to your original form. You may return to the starting location any time to refresh the duration of the transmog. Oh God, why did I say transmog? Now I'm thinking World of Warcraft again. Transfiguration status, if it had already been expired, it will be granted anew. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Okay. Oh, I get to play as a frog. Neat. Yeah, I gotta stay away from enemies. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Okay. Alright, so what are we looking for? Head to the Disney World Transfode and accompanied by Alphino and Alice. Oh, I see it. Can I jump like a frog? Alright, we made it.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
What the heck? How did he know?
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
That's right. You can't fool the experts. Toads generally don't hang out and sit by each other in a line. Especially had known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty from the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action in a Telephorois declaration was at the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. God, I'm gonna be like level 90 just from doing nothing. Alcée is staring off into the direction of Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. Guide of sorts. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems arbitrarily clear that we'll learn nothing new by pursuing them further. We should head back to the Stola and Crowd for a moment and see what they think of this. Maybe I should have just went with, God, why can I... my God, what is wrong with me? Now I'm forgetting their names. Oh God, Thancred and your Urianger, Jesus. It's like that just didn't take like 5 minutes to pop into my brain. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Yep. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was very simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return to rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more distant areas just in case she decides to wander. How much you want to bet she's going to be collapsed when we get there? Watch. I mean, I'm just going off speculation here. Lost Little Troll. And that's a big search area, too. Maybe we'll take a break from the MSQ for a few minutes and go do some side quests. God, we gotta search this whole freaking area for her? Well, I said it was by those flowers. I don't remember where the hell those flowers were. Oh, they were over here somewhere. Ryle, where the hell are you? Damn. I mean, it didn't exactly, like... It went into a cutscene, so I have, like, no idea where the heck those flowers actually were. Maybe she's inside one of the rooms or something in the thing? Maybe. Maybe, because she ain't out here anywhere. Let me try checking up here. Oh wait, I think I see them. I think I see the flowers. Or no, I don't see the flowers. Can't even go in there. I'm pretty sure that drop will kill me. Well, let's check in here. We can even go into any of these rooms or no? That's a big area to search. Well, so far we've pretty much covered at least this half of it. I don't think we can go in any of these rooms, can we? Nope. Well, let's try searching in this area up here. No, nothing. We already checked over there. Alright, so maybe around that side? I don't know. Go and check this area up in here. Pardon me, sir, do you know where the hell the flowers are at that I'm trying to find? I can't find these stupid flowers anywhere. I can't find Cryle. Alright, well. I've searched up here, I've searched through here, I've searched here, I've searched here. I've searched inside the town, so maybe over on this side. Let's check it out. I don't want to have to do the unthinkable and... Oh, wait. No, never mind. I was going to say, I see something shiny. It's just that person. Holy crap, can't even go down that way. Oh, they're farming. Alright, well, what if we try checking up here? Anything up here? Nope, nothing up there. Oh, come on, game. Don't make me use Google to find out where the hell she's at. I don't want to cheat. Dang damn it, where the hell are those stupid flowers? That's it. I've literally searched everywhere inside this stupid circle. Has to be in here somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I've literally friggin' searched everywhere now at this point. Like, they're not in here, they're not over there, they're not in between anywhere. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to cheat. Sorry, everybody. I has to do it. Gotta go to the wiki. Oh man, it's not even loading up. You'll find Crowd behind a patch of the reason behind her odd behavior. 11 X1184. Okay. X11 11. What the hell? That's all the way up here. That doesn't make any damn sense. Starting in Carol, location change starting in Ramitos, 2716. This should be right up in here, but I already searched this area. Okay, according to here, she's supposed to be like literally like right here, but I'm pretty damn sure I searched that area, but maybe I might have overlooked it. I mean, if I did, I did. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, yeah, just pick it up, you know, it's not like it's rare or anything, just, you know.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish. to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why?
Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Alright, Judy, thank you for letting me know.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
Alright, sounds good.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What the heck? Can you
Yes.
still force choke them now?
We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane, He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Charlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Yep. Yeah. Democracy. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know now that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of sustenance here in Charlian. Are we back in like the main place? Yeah, let's go. Here, let's go do a couple side quests before we continue on with the MSQ. Because there might be some flight points, yeah? Trying to remember, where is it under? It should be under actions, right? Character, actions, and traits. Yeah, there we go. Where is it? I'm looking for the Aether, not this one, but the compass. Or is that in my key items? Is that in my key items? No. No, it's not there. don't think it's in actions, roll, no. Traits. Performance? No. That's my music. I'll learn to play that sometime. Main character. Nope. Nope. Extras? Okay, so then it's gotta be in general here. I don't see it. It's not in actions either. Oh, and by the way, everybody, if you hear a couple beeps, I turned the oven on to warm up a little bit in here because it's freaking freezing. Main commands, no. Alright, let me Google this real quick. Let's see. FX, XIV, ethereal compass. I guess access. Oh, it's in collections. Okay. Now where's collection? There it is. There it is. There. Whew. Glad I was able to mute that. I had to sneeze for a second. Yeesh. That one actually hurt. Ow. I almost bit my tongue. I guess I could have just teleported to here. I still have to go get those two. Alright, where's that side quest at? Down here? Yeah, let's knock out a couple side quests. Why not? The hunt for specimens. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Kiara Mitsunade? The one and only. Well, as I lived and breathed, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of the guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the... Oh, this is just going to be a hunting log thing. Okay. No, you wouldn't try to pay... No, said blah 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 blah. I'll let you guys read that later. This is just to get to the hunting board for this new expansion. I mean, it's okay. It's fine. I was actually kind of hoping for like an actual quest, but... Hi, Anathora. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? Why, the scholar, you're Kiara? I was convinced I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's guild ship have begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes the capable one will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain a sticking point. Few hailing from our fair ploils are willing to take up arms, let alone stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You didn't need work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are fine, and you'll be full aboard. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of the creatures they send you after, but it's best to find not to worry that over much. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? Ew, what am I touching? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you just deep in yet. Let's have you start off with some junior masks, get your feet wet. Guild ship hunts now accessible. Yeah, I'm not going to even bother reading all that because it's just another hunt board. You seen them one, you seen them all. I guess we could... I guess we can go attune those. We might as well since we're here. Sights of the End. Okay, there's another quest down there that we can go pick up. Let's look up something. Let's see here. What is the new DPS class for Endwalker? It is the Reaper. Ooh. A melee DPS that wields a scythe, shares gear with Dragoon, and summons a Spectre avatar to aid them in combat, joining the new healer sage, and 2 jobs for the expansion. Ooh. Where do I learn that? I want to be a scythe. Okay, let's see here. Where to become a Reaper? XIV. You need an Endwalker expansion to combat level 70. You must start the quest The Killer Instinct from the Flustered Attendant in Ul'dah. Okay, so I gotta go to Ul'dah. It is level 70 though, so that might take me a while to get it up to level 80. I don't think it would take too long. Just doing dungeons and raidens and everything, you can level yourself up pretty quick. Alright, let's go check out this job down here. Nope. It's on the opposite side. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that the sightseeing log up on your person. You wouldn't happen to be an adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Perhaps. Ah, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millen's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Millen told me all about how she helped you embark on your explorations, so it's only right I share you with some of my own. I mean, I haven't really done much. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that, and done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vast the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locals as fascinating that I can barely believe they exist. But as they always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what kind of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Endwalker entries have been added into your sightseeing log. You must be level 80 to record EndWalker vistas. Travel to the location indicated and fulfill necessary conditions, and you will complete the entry for that vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits and the notes provided by Bao to identify these stunning sights and the proper way to appreciate them, and see the Thavnir, Shalian, and beyond only as its greatest explorers have ever seen. Okay. Kind of, again, another waste. And that's it for here. So, what was the other one? Labyrinthos, right? And that was a weird audio glitch too while they were talking in that meeting hall. Alright, let's see. Alright, so that one is that one is down to the south. It might be an ethereal quest. I sense the presence of a powerful mark. Well, I haven't done anything to the mark board yet, so meh. And of course I go the wrong way. I always go the wrong way. I know it said there was one to the north. That one's to the southeast. But I'll do those off camera. My lord. Okay. Oh, crap, how did I get over there in the first place? Oh, do I seriously need to go all the way through that stupid cave? Why did they not put a freaking crystal down here? Yeah, I guess I do. Well, we'll get this one done and then whatever it is. Apparently there's an aetherite in here somewhere. It's on the other side. I'll go ahead and get that one since we're pretty much already here. The sooner we can knock some of these out and get closer to flying, the better. Should be right around here, no? There it is. That's one down. And if it's going to be anything like the other zones, you're only going to be able to get like 2 or 3, and then you have to beat the game to get the last one. Yeah, it's all the way down here. Well, like I said, we're not going to bother. I just got that one because it was right there. I just want to check out this side quest over here, and then if it's just another, like, thing, then I'm not really going to bother with it. But if it's an Aetheryte quest, then we can go ahead and do it. So that way it's knocked out of the way. Alright, let's see what this one is. Distracted Arc. Oh, it is. Aether Current. Nice. Oh, dearie me. And usually these ones are pretty quick and easy. My Swedish Shagulzer, one of the Archon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Nuilia Tia and Archvist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't set upon the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so can you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks. I'll continue my research in this area. I'd like to check the 33rd facet. Once you have a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archon and report your findings. Oh, he's back in the cave? How long have I been streaming now? About 4 hours? 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2. Yeah. Keep going for a few more hours. Maybe like 2 or 3 more. Make this a long, nice stream for today. As I definitely do want to at least try and get through EndWalker before I have to renew the sub. Because then, theoretically, I'll be done with Final Fantasy XIV for the time being, because I haven't bought the new expansion yet. Or the, not new, but the latest one. I want to go back into World of Warcraft for a little bit. Can't believe I'm saying that. You see no trolls, great or small, perhaps a bit further in. Oh, great. Is it going to take me all the way to the front? Didn't mean to fall down that way. Party tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. The Wiliatia may have had better luck. Wait, seriously? I'll say, oh. I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Hornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. Okay. It's up north. Isn't there another Aether up here? Oh yeah, there is. Maybe I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone, huh? Bridge, Shibby, the bridge. Oh yeah, to the northwest. It's close. I'm sure you guys don't mind if I grab it. Yes, there can be no doubt. There's Shaggle's footprints. Ahem, I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find under threat from local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. It's gonna, an Aether current's gonna be right over in that area too. Where is it? Where is it, damn it? To the east. Okay, so it's got to be up around right up on top of here. I could have sworn I came up here before, and I didn't see an Aether current up here. Oh, there it is. Excuse me, gentlemen, you're in my way. I mean, I might as well get it. I'm here. I mean, that gives me 2. What the hell's going on with my mouse? Gee, Geronimo! This one's gonna give me 3. Well, it's 4 Aether Currents and then the quest, so... That'll give me 2 Aether Currents and 1 for the quest. Oh, look at a cute little thing. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Buffoon, grr. The Archeon is under threat. I must do something. Grr. You can talk? Grr, you can understand me? It's like, wait, are you able to communicate with him? Yeah, I speak troll. Trollololololololololol. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. It's like, I am well versed in trollolol. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading some tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I am not. Or as they say in Japan, he needs it. It's a secret. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you do understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes of the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage in with it. Psych translate. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some girls' gleaners managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they'll bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell this buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help, but you saw how that turned out. Well, what is he saying? It's in danger, they let some worms in. Oh, dearie me. Oops, excuse me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out the pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? The only one who can understand him, after all, and he seems the mountains ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Yeah, if you'll give me another ethereal current, I'll do it. This shit ain't free, dude. Oh, okay. I guess the next one won't be probably till we get over there somewhere. But what does that put us at right now? That puts us at 1 quest out of 5 and 2 currents out of 4. Nice. We are on our way to flying. No, not to the Crystarium. God, no. I guess I probably should set my new point for Old that place. Old Charlillian. Charlienne. Alright, let's see. Set home point. There we go. Okay. Now then, as I were, I guess back to the MSQ, everybody. Or at least half of it. We still have to go with Thancred and Urianger too. Honestly, I didn't expect this one to even take this long. I thought we were just going to get a couple pieces of gear and then that was going to be it. And Estate Visitor. LSA has a very bad look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the form being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alpha no, Ali say, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Amalint's Levasseur, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware of that, and Master Fortunat are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I'm absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Kiara, what do you think? Kiara? The Kiara Mitsunade? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. I'm like, okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Kiara, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her my opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. And yeah, during that meeting, it's the first time I think I've seen Cryo with her hat down. Oh man, I thought we were gonna get to jump over to Thancred's quest line. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm relieved even to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Kiara? Though it seems we have enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Whatever not, your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. The Levasseur Estates is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Didn't it read that if I teleport, they'll teleport with me? Oh, they do. Good. It looks like we actually have to go to this thing. I mean, we don't have to, but, you know, don't want to miss out on anything. After all we've been together, it's strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. Okay, I accidentally clicked on Alphino. The Loverster Estates is the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the Rostra. Please don't make a fuss when we get there, it's only a house. Discuss the view from the bridge. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother, our servant, was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in panic, crying out my name. The Loverster Estate in the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the Rostra. Please don't make... Okay, I've already... We used to come here all the time with grandfather in summer. I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an auk and he sank like a stone. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alice had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed in a joy of relief, that I was believed at the very moment close to the healing arts as a main subject of my studies. Alright, let's go. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just said my house Levisra in all of its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father. that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Okay, well at least now we know how Alphinaud got his things. You know what they, in the intro, those things reminded me of the funnels from Mobile Suit Gundam. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice, as well as these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. And enough supplementary, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Okay. Okay, so now we should start going into, hopefully we can go into Thancred's quest chain now that we're all done with this. Enjoyed your time with the Levisware, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the Forum strives to hide in the flower bequeathed by you, and Highland is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be equipped to plot our next move. Okay, Judy, thank you for letting me know that you're in Arizona now. Glad you guys got there okay. Alrighty. For Thavnir, there you go. Why do I keep saying the N before the V? For Thavnir bound. We get 2 Armalassi. It's a food. I have Kral's instruction in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was on the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk at the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou says. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for ice hearts, until whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of Comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority of aetherology, a field study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that faithful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed into the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face which hath long been overdue. If it is settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Alright, so it looks like we gotta go over here. Well, now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Krile of the students of Baldassian. We seek passage to Thavnir, and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seed out while you're a mess of aether hurling along the life stream. An inconvenience but incontrovertible limitation of etheric teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible. People might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been misleading. The user need not attune to the aetherites, but the aetherite themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating the travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed in Sherlinian and the other in Yeldamal, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with the Radzatan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming as you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Both people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the disintegrating. God, words are hard today. As they drift helplessly through the life stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes away, but it's a plan that you weren't most people. Mr. Skrull truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the stomach, oh my god, I'm hungry. I'm getting hungry. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Boliada not present today? Oh, didn't you hear they've recently reassigned their posts? Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed from the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. We'll be along shortly.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rats Athan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Was it Ilsabard? Is that how you pronounce it? They're like, not worth it.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
It's like, I'll go get him. Yes, will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? He's over there. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. By the Messia, traveler, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me, my special armalassi made with the only finest and freshest ingredients far from calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Thavnir, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much as Estinian, but you realize any words of warning to cry out here will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and use the gesture deny that the deal. Using gesture deny that the deal is fair. Okay. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling me. Well, sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 of the bottles lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll head back after I explore the town. And then, probably after we finish this quest line right here, I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. So you got to get off and start getting dinner and stuff ready. Oh, my stomach. Here, drink this. Raised by the 12, my stomach thus loosens its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. Which apparently is going to be right now. You were in time. Excellent. You spared us Tatru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly works wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shredding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said a Thrunerian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A still, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Oh my god. That's incredible! I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but it's a little too uncanny here. I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It does seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Rads at Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were Arkasodora, the Matanaga tribe indigenous to this island. Cool. Walking elephants. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling a culture rich and distinct did emerge. Jesus. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and covered all over the world. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power at Rats at hand, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants at a gateway town are flea and fierce, helpless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant both does suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryl's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather and yet build them at. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Well, alrighty everybody, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. So, thank you all so much for watching, or if you're watching this afterwards. Either way, definitely don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe if you're new, make sure you set that bell to all so you get notified of all the latest uploads when we go live. Also consider becoming a member, as you do get early access to all recorded releases before they go public. And come hang out with us over on Discord. And don't forget to drop me a follow over on Rumble as well. And with that being said, everyone, take care and have a Merry Christmas or a Happy New Year. I mean, hopefully you had a good Christmas there. Have a good Christmas, and hopefully a wonderful New Year's. With that being said, everyone, I'll see you all in the next one.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard.